other heads of department, my error. Pastor Jared Kings Douglas, school manager, Grenada Christian Academy, and other representatives of the various school boards, Dr. Diane Abel Jeffrey, Chief Education Officer, Mr. Jude Bartholomew, President General of the Grenada Union of Teachers, senior management team, and the staff of the Ministry of Education, principal of the T.A. Marisho Community College, principals of secondary and primary schools in Grenada, Carriacou, and P.T. Martinique, parents, students, specially invited guests, members of the media, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to the official launch of the laptops and e-book programs in secondary schools. And today's activity is captioned under the theme, Reimagining Education. And we are transforming classrooms and empowering futures. And so to start this morning, we want to get in our midst God's blessings and God's presence. And if it was not for his divine intervention, we would not have been here this morning. We would not have been alive. And so we're forever thankful to God. And so to take us to the throne of God this morning, we have with us Reverend Pastor Kings Douglas, and he would come to do the invocation for us this morning. So now I invite you to stand as we go before God's presence, and I also invite you to remain standing afterwards as we move swiftly into the national anthem. Thank you, Pastor Kings Douglas.
Good morning to one and all. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for the introduction. Let's go, as she has asked and requested, to the throne of grace. Hallelujah. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and we give you praise. We come in the name of your mighty Son and our Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. And we come knowing that we have erred and drifted often from your pathway. But we come celebrating your goodness and your mercy. We come declaring that this is the day that the Lord has made, and we intend to rejoice, and we have reason to be glad in it. We thank you that in spite of our faults and follies, Lord, and our failures, your mercies are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness, and we celebrate that goodness, your forgiveness, your kindness, your love, your mercy, your patience with us. We celebrate your blessing upon this nation. We as a people are overjoyed at the goodness of the hand of God on us. And today we especially celebrate this program, oh God, of e-books and e-future and e-learning and laptops to our students and to our schools. We thank you for the grants that have been given, the investment and investors, all of the stakeholders who have poured themselves into making this program possible. God, we ask that you would bless our schools and the level of academia and scholasticism would grow. And Lord, our students would be the better for it. Our schools and learning would grow and develop. Our principals and teachers would have an aptitude for dealing with this, Lord. And our young people would be well engaged as they are given tools of learning and further education. And so, Father, we ask that you would bless the operators, the instructors, you would bless the coordinators in every school environment for the dissemination of this program. We pray, oh God, that you would bless the Ministry of Education in its handling of this, oh God, that it would be done with a sense of equity, with joy, with blessing, and our nation's children would be lifted up and blessed. So, Lord, we ask you to anoint this program with your blessing, with your grace, with your goodness. And we thank you for what's going to happen as a result of this, Lord. Our students would rise rise to new levels, new possibilities with a true e-future and new futures, oh God. Thank you for your blessing. Thank you for your grace and your mercy. Bless the rest of today's exercise and everyone who would speak from this podium today, and everyone who would become the first examples of receiving these e-books, oh God. Bless them today, and we give you thanks and we give you praise in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Gerald Kings Douglas, for your heartfelt prayers. And now we're about to do our national anthem. And I would invite to the podium at this time, from the Anglican High School, Miss Soraya Abraham. And she would lead in doing the national anthem.
Hail, Grenada, land of ours, we pledge ourselves to thee. Heads, hearts, and hands in unity to reach our destiny. Ever conscious of God, being proud of our heritage, may we with faith and courage aspire, build, advance. As one people, one family, God bless our nation. I thank you.
Thank you, Soraya, for that beautiful rendition. She has a wonderful voice. All right, amen. Thank God for you and for giving you such a blessed voice. I now invite you to have your seats. Thank you. I now invite to the podium Mrs. Lorraine in just one moment. Our Prime Minister is here. So at this time, we wish to acknowledge the presence of our Prime Minister, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell. Let's welcome him as he makes his entrance. Good morning, sir, and welcome. You can now have your seats. I now invite to the podium Mrs. Lauren St. Louis Ned, Permanent Secretary with responsibility for Education Administration, to do the welcome and to give opening remarks. Put your hands together and welcome her.
Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister for Education, and other cabinet ministers, Bishop Clive Martin Harvey, Chairman of the Conference of Churches in Grenada, Dr. Diane Abel Jeffrey, Chief Education Officer, members of the Senior Management Board who are here present, Pastor Gerald Keynes Douglas, School Manager of Grenada Christian Academy, and other representatives of the various school boards. Mr. Jude Bartholomew, I don't think I'm seeing him though, but any representatives from the Grenada Union of Teachers, senior management team and staff of the Ministry of Education, the principal of T.A. Marisho Community College, principals of secondary and primary schools in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, parents, students, specially invited guests, members of the media, good morning, everyone. Now, those of you in the back, let me know if you can see my smile as bright as I'm trying to project it. Well, it's not trying, but this really is a glorious time for us. And if you're from the Ministry of Education, you would understand exactly what we're talking about. But let me get into it. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to this significant occasion, the launch of the laptops and ebooks program for our Form 1s and Form 2 students. Today marks an important milestone in our journey to transform education in Grenada. This is more than a handover of devices. It is a statement of intent, a declaration that every child in our nation deserves access to the tools and opportunities that prepare them for the world they will inherit. And I want you to know that I'm not just reading a speech for you. I believe this with my whole heart. And just the same as many of our artists, when they do great things, we say Grenada to the world. We believe that this program will have us saying this more and more in the future, Grenada to the world. The journey to this point has been one of vision, persistence, and collaboration. We have dreamed of this moment for some time, and getting here has required careful planning, resourcefulness, and an unwavering belief that technology can and must be used to level the playing field for all learners. The ministry has always been clear that this rollout would take place in phases, beginning with digital access through ebooks and followed by the distribution of laptops. From the very first week of the school year, access to the ebooks was provided through the delivery of Microsoft accounts for every child in Form 1 and Form 2 of secondary schools, ensuring that learning could begin immediately in digital form. Today's ceremony completes that phase, placing the devices themselves in the hands of our students. But let me be clear, this is not the end of the road. It is the beginning of something much bigger. The Ministry of Education is committed to ensuring that every student, not just those in Form 1s and 2s, will eventually have access to digital learning tools that enhance teaching, deepen understanding, and open new doors of possibility. This initiative is part of a larger plan to make education more inclusive, more engaging, and more relevant to the realities of the 21st century. It is about equipping our young people not only with devices, but with skills. Skills to think critically, create, and connect meaningfully in a digital world. I want to take a moment to recognize and sincerely thank, you see how slow I'm going? The team within the Ministry of Education who worked tirelessly to bring us here. I want you to clap for them for me, please. And if you look around the room, you will see some of them in the light blue shirts and everything. Ministry of Education always likes to go above and beyond. Yeah? This is how we do it. And I would say up front that at certain points along this journey so far, this thing did look impossible. But my mantra, which I will share with you today, is always that difficult is not impossible. And sometimes the difficult parades itself in clothes of impossibility. But we will work and we will strip it down to recognize that it's not impossible. It was just difficult. But this team at the Ministry of Education rose to the challenge and the difficulty. And here we are today. We know we're not done. We're not finished. We are prepared to run on again and get this all the way to the finish line. So I want you to put your hands together again for the team at the Ministry of Education, the hard-working team. So from the planning and ICT units to curriculum, to finance and administrative staff, each of you has played a vital role in
in whatever form, and our own governments is not seeing the needs and the struggles that we have to address them. And when I speak of government, I speak of all of them, from the beginning to the present. So don't misunderstand that I'm knocking any particular government, successive governments. Trinidad and Tobago has a good case for reparations, as I would imagine other countries with their indigenous peoples, but I focus on Trinidad. An allocation of 1,320 acres of land for the mission of Santa Rosa was given by one colonial power and taken away by another. Just taken away. A strong case for reparation. In modern time, government has allocated 25 acres. The terms and conditions are an insult to the First Peoples. While some countries have been able to secure spaces and avenues for the indigenous peoples to address their concerns, Guyana and Suriname have local government structures for their indigenous communities. Guyana also has a Ministry of Amerindian Affairs. Dominica, smaller than Trinidad and Tobago, enjoys government representation at the national level, and their own local government system is solely run by their indigenous peoples. Why can't we have similar structures? We have been talking to successive governments and have not arrived at a system through which we can channel our concerns. Point number 2. Another issue is the denial of a national holiday for the First Peoples. 8 years ago, we asked for the granting of a one-off holiday because it was an easier goal in the face of resistance to an ongoing national holiday. It did achieve a great measure of visibility, which we were seeking. Since then, we have fallen back into the doldrums, a state of experiencing a lack of success, the success that we are seeking. Take example today. Other than the MP for Rima, we do not have another government minister present with us. Leaders all participate in their programs. The indigenous peoples are still left wondering why this is not so. Why is a national holiday important? As I said, the other ethnicities who met the first peoples here and built on the foundation set by the first peoples now have holiday to enjoy and promote their cultures, to strengthen it and to go forward. A major platform for sustainability and the preservation of culture and heritage. If the authorities are serious about preserving and valuing the contribution of the first peoples, then they cannot continue to ignore our presence in the population, and we cannot remain silent and invisible. This conference presents an ideal opportunity for the authorities to fulfill the promise of equality in our national anthem, which boasts that every creed and race find an equal place. The current inequality is also an issue for reparations at the national level. Do you know that this nation's highest award carries the headdress of an indigenous chief? Yet our presence and needs are not fully recognized. At the United Nations General Assembly recently, I recognized the contribution of the Vincentian Prime Minister, the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves. He was the only speaker who kept the issue of reparations for Native genocide and Africans' enslavement at the forefront in that most distinguished gathering, and I wish to compliment him for so doing. Point 3, another area craving national and regional support is the Caribbean Organization of Indigenous Peoples. This organization stands in need of resources to strengthen its operation. It was formed in 1987 following the first conference of indigenous peoples of the English-speaking Caribbean held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Caribbean Organization of Indigenous Peoples operates on a voluntary basis, rotating its headquarters over the years from St. Vincent and the Grenadines to Belize, Dominica, Guyana, and now Trinidad and Tobago, where the Santa Rosa First Peoples community serves as the chair. Our lobby for recognition led to the Caribbean organization being accepted as an associate member on the CARICOM Reparations Commission. Representatives here will be sure to elaborate on the situations in their respective communities and outline strong cases for reparations as we can progress. And I turn now to point number 4. I would like to compliment the countries of Guyana and Dominica who have established systems that allow indigenous peoples to express and address their concerns. Such structures will deal with the concerns of all groups and provide a unified approach to addressing them. I would like to call on our line ministry Our line ministry for the First Peoples in Trinidad is the Ministry of Community Development. It is a pity that our line minister cannot be here. But I imagine that the resolutions at the end will be compiled and presented formally to the appropriate places. I would like to call on the Trinidad and Tobago government through our line ministry and possibly through the Trinidad and Tobago Reparations Committee to consider forming or formulating a Bureau of Indigenous Peoples in Trinidad. So through that system, we can deal with all the many issues that affect our indigenous people. Such a structure will deal with the concerns of all groups and provide a unified approach to addressing them. As I said before, these concerns will be elaborated in the various presentations that will be made over the next 2 days. My welcome remarks are meant to convey the message that this meeting of minds is a serious undertaking to chart a way for the sustainability of a people who were always here. In closing, it would be remiss of me not to pay particular tribute to the great Nipoyo chieftain Hiarima, or Hiaraima, who we celebrate on the 14th of October every year. Hiarima, who is seen as our first national indigenous hero, fought for his people and paid a great price. Today we continue in his footsteps, maybe not with spear and bow and arrow, but we continue our struggle through the pen and our advocacy. Our people have for many years been silent, suppressed under the burden of colonization, which sometimes I believe still exists even in our modern times and modern systems, to the point of being thought of as non-existent. However, the remnant, that root that remains, is springing up again, and the warriors are in action to preserve our culture and traditions, to take care of the elderly, the defenseless, those who cannot provide for themselves, the children who are the future of humanity, and continue to pursue the role as keepers of the environment. And so before I leave the podium, I wish to convey my thanks to certain champions and friends of the First Peoples who have supported us throughout the years. As I said, Mr. Raj Jadu, very strong supporter of our Santa Rosa First Peoples community. His Worship the Mayor, to a lesser degree. I was supposed to see my good friend from the Hindu community, Pandit Ravindranath Maharaj, lovingly known as Raviji. I haven't seen our poet laureate, Pearl Into Springer. She may join us later. Dr. Tommy Isaac, Mr. Cosio DiMaggio, our architect for the development of our First Peoples Heritage Village. And again, Dr. Claudius Fergus and members of the Trinidad and Tobago Reparations Committee for their support to the indigenous peoples and at the local level. As chair of the Trinidad and Tobago National Reparations Committee and the members of that committee, Dr. Fergus has been championing the cause and ensuring that the voice of the First Peoples is not left behind. So ladies and gentlemen, with these few words, I know it went over a welcome, but I thought that it was important to state some of these concerns that I hope will be addressed as we go along. So thanks so very much for your presence, and we look forward to fruitful discussions. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you for those words. I'd like to recognize Joan Hoyt of the St. Vincent Indigenous Peoples Association, SIPA. I'd also like to recognize Alice Dalrymple of the Government of Jamaica. And with that, With that, I'd like to invite Mrs. Anicia Benjamin, Kasika of the Warao Nation of Trinidad and Tobago, to come to the podium to deliver preliminary greetings. Thank you.
Greetings. I would like to begin by acknowledging and greeting Chief Ricardo Barrett Hernandez, leader of Santa Rosa First People community, and his entire community. Warm greetings from the Warao Nation of Trinidad and Tobago. A warm greeting is extended to all our dignitaries and distinguished guests joining us today. The Honorable Penelope Beckles, leader of the opposition of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Honorable Farley Augustine, Chief Secretary and Mr. Kevin Farmer, Deputy Director of the Barbados Museum. Special acknowledgement to Dr. Rita Pemberton, Professor Derek Chaddy, and Ms. Jasmine Simmons, whose continued partnership bridges the Santa Rosa First People community. Dr. Fergus, Dr. Claudius Fergus, Chair of Trinidad and Tobago Committee on Reparations, Chair of the Caribbean Organization of Trinidad Peoples, COIP, and Chair of the Organization Committee of the Indigenous Peoples Conference. Warm greetings to our fellow Indigenous leaders, Ms. Alice Dalampi, I'm sorry for the mispronunciation, Chief Damon Corey, Dr. Gwen Gonzalez, and Ms. Joanne Hoyt. And to all our Indigenous brothers and sisters from across the Caribbean and the Americas of our special invited guests. We acknowledge our ancestors and the presence of our Creator with us here today. I bring greetings in the light of truth, healing, wisdom, and unity. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Miss Anicia Benjamin, Kasika Otancia of the Warao Nation of Trinidad and Tobago, daughter of the Bermudez and Maloney families, a proud descendant of Warao, Napoyo, and Patumona peoples, a strong indigenous matriarch who served with humility, courage, and respect. Last year, through the guidance of our elders, head councils, and alliances, after many meetings and deep reflection, I was ordained Kasika. This position was not claimed but entrusted to me, which I accepted with the full responsibility to walk this path to build trust, understanding, and unity among our people. The team advocating for indigenous genocide and enslavement is merely a reminder of the past. It is a wake-up call to recognize how its shadows still reach us today. Many believe that the genocide and enslavement of our people ended with the conquest and the chains described in books. But it continues in erasure of language, loss of land, and systematic barriers that deny indigenous communities equal opportunities, fair decisions, and rightful recognition. I would like to speak on the modern enslavement of education. Today's enslavement often hides in plain sight, for example, in the lack of access to education for indigenous and Westerners rural communities. In our own research, the truth is heartbreaking. but our communities do their best to fill these gaps, to provide the necessities and hope of building better opportunities for education in our group. Just recently, our group provided school supplies for 42 children, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous. Yes, job opportunities may arise that draw upon our cultural knowledge, but must demand university degrees or formal qualifications. So I ask you, how do you put a degree or PhD on your daily life or on your survival? I think that's a discussion for us to have under the BNAB. Even in 2025, Indigenous students still face high dropout rates, lack of support, and disconnection because the system was not designed for our reality. It is time to change this, to uplift our people and honor our wisdom. No one can teach our culture, our heritage, our stories better than us. So as we say as Trinbagonians, better than that. Let's not just shake our heads and feel sad for a moment. Let our thoughts become action and our words become commitments, for we are the keepers of ancient knowledge. Sacred grounds, Nabarima Hill. Let me speak briefly on our sacred grounds. Nabarima Hill, known today as San Fernando Hill, for over 5,000 years, this has been a sacred site to the Warao people. Our ancestors journeyed from the Orinoco Delta to the hill to perform ceremonies, rituals, and cultural practices. Even today, Warao communities of Siparia and San Fernando continue to perform moon ceremonies on the hill, led by Shaman Raul. And yet, though we are allowed to perform our rituals there, we are denied access to information about the refurbishing and redesign of the sacred space. We are excluded from decision-making and refuse meetings with city officials. It is clear the invisible chains still linger. We have called for unity. True unity must go beyond shaking hands, smiling for photos, and soft conversations. Unity means truth, protection, support, and transparency. I lost my grandmother, the third Cacica, Lucille, when I was only 10 years old in 2001. I still remember the way she was respected, the way she cared, and the way she served, but most of all, the way she listened. It taught me that age does not prove maturity. Maturity comes with the ability to listen, to advise, and to meet in the middle. I have had many meaningful conversations with Chief Ricardo, and because of that life lessons from my grandmother, today we are able to share the sacred ground. People often speak of 50-50, but I strongly disagree. I believe in 100-100, or nothing less. Because when we put our whole hearts into this, it should never be divided. I could go on for hours about issues, our challenges, our memories, and our bonds. But today I stand here with hope and excitement to see where the ripples of the river will carry us next. On behalf of the Warao Nation, I extend my deepest gratitude to the Santa Rosa First People for this opportunity to share this platform with you today. A heartfelt thank you to the Emancipation Committee, to our supporting friends, Crossroads, Partners for First Peoples Development, and the Rose Foundation. To our partners, B-Tribe Management Company, Ripples of a Canoe, and the Foundation of Heritage Preservation and Legacy Creation. To our Warao communities, our Emeritus Cacique Bermudez, our shaman and my sister who is here with me today, and finally, to my husband, Mr. Benjamin, for always keeping me steady in this journey. May we continue to walk in unity, guided by truth, strength, and ancestral light. Yakira.
Thank you so much for those words. Much for those words. Much for those words. Well, hello, hello. Hello, you'll hear me through the system or only hearing my voice? Hello, you'll hear me through the system? I had acknowledged before is from Dominica, not from Jamaica. I had an unconscious slip of the brain there. So, these things happen. I would also like to acknowledge former Ambassador Jennifer Marchand, who is with us today. She was instrumental in getting the Reparations Committee back online. I don't think we would have been reconstituted without her efforts. So it's great to have her here. I want to move to the next item, which I will announce. Dr. Claudius Fergus, Chair of the Trinidad and Tobago National Committee on Reparations, will come and give us an overview of the conference. However, we will wait until the sound system is fully operational before he gives his remarks. Any? Without any further ado, I now invite Dr. Claudius Fergus, Chair of the National Reparations Committee of Trinidad and Tobago, to give us an overview for today's and tomorrow's conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I stand on established protocol. Still, I want to especially recognize and welcome our featured speaker, Professor Vereen Shepherd, and the students of QIC. Stand up and let us give you a round of applause. Happy to see you guys here. Thank you very much. And of course, I want to reiterate the welcome to our former colleague, Jennifer Marchand, former ambassador of Trinidad and Tobago to CARICOM. Thank you all and welcome to this conference this morning. We are here, I want to say we are here after several arduous months of planning for this conference. Of course, a vote of thanks, as usual, will be made at the end of this program. Nevertheless, as chair of the National Committee on Reparations, Times were really tough. Thanks also to Sister Attila for all of the digital fingerprints, that is, all of the online advertising, the promos, all of that. She has been responsible for that. Thanks also to our new team of technical assistants that we just recently recruited for these 2 days of the conference, Sister Renee and Sister Khadija of the Emancipation Support Committee of Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm not finished. I want to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Hilary Brown of the CARICOM and CRC Secretariat for virtually rescuing the conference at a critical juncture. I will not go into details. But I'm sure that she will forever recall my SOS letter. Thank you, Sister Hilary, if you're listening to us. I want to also thank Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Carla Bennett, for critical support and strategic intervention, the ripple effects of which are already bringing dividends to the committee beyond this conference. Again, I will not go into details. And I end with a special thank you, I did mention you, but special thank you, Professor Vivian Shepherd, for answering enthusiastically a late request, very late, to take up the keynote speaker's role. Now, it is said that ungratefulness is worse than witchcraft. I don't really know what that means exactly, but I do know that gratitude and humility make us human, much more human. My basic role, as you have heard in this segment, is to prepare to present to you a canvas of the entire conference and to invite you to participate in some, if not all, of the academic panels which follow this program, this ceremonial program, after the lunch break. The conference brings together scholars and activists, but especially significant to us, it brings together the voices and the spirits of indigenous people. This is a major objective of the conference. Now, I was in a conference in Caracas on Friday when a participant from Guyana, that is what we call French Guyana, asked, very surprised, when I was talking about indigenous. The highlights of this opening ceremony are twofold: to hear the voices of indigenous peoples and representatives of their respective communities, and secondly, to hear the keynote address that would open up new vistas of understanding of reparations for indigenous peoples. After the lunch break, there will be 2 academic panels and 3 more tomorrow, Tuesday, tomorrow. The conference proceeds as it is doing now on a hybrid format, and that means a number of people are online participating, not just listening, they will be speaking to us as well. Unfortunately, and I need to apologize, we have a screen that inadvertently the artist blocked with the display. We love the display, but it's an inconvenience to us, which we would address during the lunch break. So the academic panels, during that time, we should be seeing the people that would be talking online. Now, it is a big challenge to us, this conference has been, but we hope that all goes well. once you are a hybrid, anything could go wrong, so we hope all goes well. At the end of the academic session this afternoon, we are inviting all Indigenous leaders to a brainstorming session. It's on the program. If you did not get a written invitation that I sent out to this palaver, you can call it, you're invited to do so. I'm inviting you right now to meet this afternoon. We want to revive, as the chief said, and also enlarge COIP. I always used to say COP. Only this week I was asked about COIP, and I said, what? COIP? I said, what? COIP. So now I'm familiar with that word, COIP. C-O-I-P, the Caribbean Organization of Indigenous Peoples. We want COIP to have functioning branches in every Caribbean territory, and perhaps even beyond to the mainland. So that's a challenge we have. And we are going to start with this conference. Another meeting of Indigenous leaders will convene tomorrow afternoon towards some of these goals. As you heard, there would be resolutions after this conference. Now let me end my contribution with the themes of the 5 academic panels. I'm not going to go into details. The program should be online. I have emailed the program to the special invited guests, but the program is online and you can check it out. If you were invited, especially, that is, if I communicated with you at all, you have the program, so you can check your email. In panel 1, the theme is From Genocide to Marginalization, the relevance of reparations for Indigenous peoples, and that starts at 1:05 p.m. Panel 2 comes under the theme Indigenous Spirituality, Human Rights, and the Imperative of Unity, and that starts at 2:45 p.m. In between sessions, we are running some educational videos so that people online can, keep attention to the program. Panel 3 starts tomorrow at 9 in the morning under the theme Cultural Legacy and Lived Experiences of the Garinagu or Garifuna and other indigenous peoples of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Panel 4 starts at 10:40 a.m. under the theme Indigenous Youth and Women, Repair through Empowerment. And the final panel starts at 1:15 p.m. under the theme Indigenous Women as Pioneers of Sustainable Development and the Struggle for Reparatory Justice. As I close, let us not forget that it was this month of October, next Monday, 12th of October, that the history of the Caribbean and continental America saw the beginning of the invasion by Europe, followed by the most savage wars of conquest, human trafficking, enslavement, and genocide that would tear apart every civilization in this hemisphere. It is for this reason that we have convened this conference at this time, and we hope the rightfulness of reparations for these crimes become a canon of thought for all of us. I am presenting on the first panel this afternoon, and that's the reason that I'm not going into the details that our chief would have gone into, but I could not have done better than he has done. Thank you all. Hope to see you in some of these sessions, as I said. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Fergus, for that overview. We now have the first of 3 cultural performances. We have performances today from 2 Karinya groups, Karinya also known as Carib, and 1 Lokono group also known as Arawak. So the first group will be led by Anushka Reed. They are Yuku Yuku Maro, and they will now grace us with a cultural item. Many thanks to Yuko Maro for that performance. The next block of items will relate specifically to greetings from Indigenous leaders. We have 6 persons lined up to give greetings, and I've just given an idea of what's going to happen. Some of the people are here. One of the persons is a recording. And some of the persons are online. They're going to get a mix of where and how the persons come to you to give the greetings. Some of the persons are online. So you're going to get a mix of where and how the persons come to you to give the greetings. So I will just give you an overview of who is, and then we will go through one by one as they come along. So first we will have Miss Alice Dalrymple of the she's a Kalinago Development Officer from Dominica. Then we will have Chief Damon Corey of the Lokono Nation from Barbados. His message is pre-recorded. Then we will have Dr. Gwen Gonzalez of the Belize National Garifuna Council. She is online. We have James E. Hoyt of the St. Vincent and Grenadines Joan E. Hoyt of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Indigenous Peoples Association, SIPA. Ms. Hoyt is with us in the room. Mr. James Phineas, Bonnier Human Rights Organization. He is online. And then we have Chief Eric Lewis of the Warao Nation. And Mr. Lewis is with us in the room. So we will start with Ms. Alice Dalrymple, Kalinago Development Officer, Dominica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to recognize in the room Honorable Sean Subbers, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Dr. Charleston Thomas, representing the Honorable Farley Augustine, Chief Secretary of Tobago House of Assembly, Honorable Penelope Beckles Robinson, Leader of the Opposition, Chief Ricardo Hernandez, our keynote speaker, Professor Emerita Bernard Shepherd, other members of Parliament and the Municipal Aldermen, Professor Derek Shadi, Deputy Principal of the St. Augustine campus of UB, Dr. Claudius Fergus, Trinidad and Tobago's National Committee on Reparations, and other members of the committee, other Universe faculty, Ms. Jasmine Simmons, Director of Heritage Library Division, Head of organizations participating in the conference, chiefs, elders, healers of indigenous communities. Also, I'd like to recognize Mrs. Anicia Benjamin and Mr. Benjamin. Scholars, our students, presenters, researchers, students, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, those online, Mabrika. Good morning, my brothers and sisters. I greet you in the language of my ancestors, the Kalinago people of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the only remaining indigenous community in the Caribbean living on collectively owned and legally protected ancestral lands. Also home to the first female president, who is Kalinago, and the first female chief. It is both an honor and privilege to greet you on this momentous occasion, the Indigenous Conference held under the powerful theme, celebrating the resilience of the indigenous peoples of the Caribbean, advocating for reparations for native genocide and enslavement. Today we gather not only to remember, but to reclaim and to reaffirm. to honor the strength of our ancestors whose spirits endured centuries of injustice. Collective voice demanding recognition, reparations, and respect for historical wrongs endured by our people. And don't be fooled by my pitted stature, Chief. The voice is huge. As we share stories, strategies, and solutions over these 2 days, may we be inspired to continue the fight for justice with courage and clarity. Let this conference serve as a reminder that we are not merely survivors of history. We are architects of a just future for generations to come. On behalf of the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Honorable Kozia Frederick, Minister of Environment, Rural Modernization, Kalinago Upliftment, and Constituency Empowerment, our Chief Ubuntu, Mrs. Annette Thomas Sanford, I extend blessings, solidarity, and deep respect for each of you. May this conference ignite renewed purpose and meaningful action. Ayahora, thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. We now have a pre-recorded message from Chief Damon Corey of the Lokono Nation from Barbados. So if the
Kalimando, morning greetings to everyone gathered here today. I regret not being able to be there in person with Brother Ricardo and Sister Nelsia of the Caribbean Organization of Indigenous Ricardo and Sister Nelsia of the Caribbean Organization of Indigenous Peoples COIP on this very auspicious and significant occasion. Firstly, I wish to thank the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, reconstituted National Committee on Ministry. Gathered here today. I regret not being able to be there in person with Brother Ricardo and Sister Nelsia of the Caribbean Organization of Indigenous Peoples COIP on this very auspicious and significant occasion. Firstly, I wish to thank the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, reconstituted National Committee on Reparations, and specifically Chairman Claudius Fergus of the Trinidad and Tobago National Committee on Reparations, the TTNCR, to thank you for inviting me to bring greetings and brief remarks at this ceremonial opening of a conference on Indigenous peoples of the Caribbean in La Orqueta, Trinidad. I note that the theme of this conference is celebrating the resilience of the Indigenous peoples of the Caribbean, advocating for reparations for Native genocide and enslavement, and that it aims to address the marginality of the Indigenous peoples of the region, showcase their vibrant culture and contributions to Caribbean civilization, and advance the demand for reparations within the context of the CARICOM Reparations Commission's 10-point plan for reparatory justice. This is a timely and vitally important initiative and needs to be supported and replicated throughout CARICOM. I recently wrote an article entitled "Why Indigenous Peoples Must Be Included in the Reparations Case." Unfortunately, some Indigenous persons do not see the need or relevance for the First Nations of the Western Number one, that we were the first peoples to be illegally dispossessed of our lands and territories in the Americas when Columbus and his crew of assorted criminals arrived in our hemisphere by accident, then had the temerity to claim that he discovered us, and then decided to return with a human wave of illegal immigrants and settlers from Europe. Secondly, we were the first peoples in the Americas to be genocided by the relentless waves of successive illegal immigrant settlers who literally exterminated many of our peoples and who dispossessed all of us of an entire hemisphere of our lands and territories that remains de facto to this day, over 500 years later. And we are the only continents that have never been truly decolonized, only recolonized in repeated cases of Eurocentric style political window dressing. And whilst the perpetrators of these wide-scale historic injustices were all compensated by European nation states, the political heirs and beneficiaries, all of whom still exist to this day as legally identifiable and accountable entities, none of the now multi-intergenerational victims have received any such tangible recompense from Europe. Thirdly, we were the first people and last in the Americas to be enslaved by the illegal immigrant settlers from Europe who dispossessed us of our lands and territories and genocided us. The last Witoto tribe of Amerindian slaves having been freed in parts of South America only 113 years ago at the end of the rubber boom. Many people do not know this. Last but not least, fourthly, we are the easiest category of victim to pay financial reparations to, as most of us still have officially recognized tribal nations with officially demarcated territories and still existing communal cultural societies with indigenous governance structures. So in our case, there would be no need for individual payments. All financial compensation could be paid collectively to tribal governments and indigenous governmental structures, not individual tribal members. In many ways, such as building schools, libraries, clinics, hospitals, roads, tribal development banks to financially support tribal members with entrepreneurial economic projects, etc. We must always stand united as Indigenous and African diaspora mutual victims of the most heinous, longest, and most geographically widespread historical injustice Europe ever unleashed on global humanity. I thank you in everlasting solidarity for this opportunity to share my heart and my thoughts with all of you.
Thank you very much for those words. We now call on Dr. Gwen Gonzalez of the Belize National Garifuna Council to address us. She is joining us online. Just a note for all online speakers, allow the Zoom operator to upgrade you to the level of a panelist so you can go ahead and present. So Dr. Gwen Gonzalez, Belize National Garifuna Council. Thank you.
Video, the video has been disabled by the host, so the host needs to give me access to the video. But I'll start in the meantime.
1 second. Just now. I know, promise to say something. She should be able to start her video.
Kamla Persad, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Sean Sobers, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Dr. Charleston Thomas, representing the Honorable Farley Augustine, Chief Secretary of Tobago House of Assembly, Honorable Penelope Beckless Robinson, Leader of the Opposition, all other members of Parliament and municipal aldermen, members of the Diplomatic Corps, keynote speaker, Professor Emerita Shepherd, Professor Derek Shadi, Deputy Principal of St. Augustine Campus of UWI, other university faculty, Ms. Jasmine Simmons, Director, Heritage Library Division, NALIS, Head of Organization participating in this conference, chiefs, elders, healers of indigenous communities, scholars, presenters, researchers, and students, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Boiti Benafi, good morning, Marbriga. I bring you greetings from Belize on behalf of an awesome group of people identified as Garinaw. The Garifuna people have proven that we are a force to reckon with. The resiliency in our DNA has propelled us to greatness. Although our savage conquerors wanted genocide, the grand architect chose survival for us as his people. Our exile from Urume has allowed existence, but it is important that we join forces to advocate for the reparations because of the dehumanizing approach to colonization. We, the Garifuna people, have survived because we believe in uniting for squirrel, a beaver, and goose. This means a worthwhile shared vision. The way of the beaver, empowerment and control over one's work, and the gift of the goose, sharing on and celebrating progress. As Indigenous people, we have succeeded because of our communal spirit, which has given us a bonding that many cannot comprehend. We must not lose it. Let us focus on the spirit of the squirrel as we endeavor to achieve this mission of reparations for the injustices caused by the conquerors and get financial reward for what they did. This will never compensate for the generational misfit we are experiencing, but the funds can be used for programs to assist us in reclaiming our Indigenous values, cultural practices, including our knowledge of the universe, environmental friendliness, and respect for nature, plus an opportunity to refocus our last generations. The way of the beaver is to control ourselves as we should, because it has shown repeatedly that only we can save ourselves, since we are the ones who understand ourselves. Therefore, we lobby, we negotiate, we demand and fight to guide our process from our perspective. Then we embrace the gift of the goose to cheer on our efforts collectively. We must not get into the trap of fighting alone to get the glory in the end, because that is not the Garifuna way, and that is surely not the Indigenous way. Thanks for this time to share and greet you in the name of my ancestors, including Paramount Chief Joseph Chatouye, our strategist. May the Great Spirit continue to guide our path. Ubafu Luwaduru, power to our movement. My grandmother, Marcella Lewis, wrote a poem entitled Garinagu Sarawama, and it states, Garinagu Sarama Shuluda, Yubiwama Lido Abba, meaning Garinagu arise, let us come together, end quote. This must be our encouragement as we stand together, stand firm.
Indigenous Peoples Association to address us.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished dignitaries, honored guests, brothers and sisters from across the Indigenous communities and this region, the students, of course, and everyone else here. It is a pleasure to be here. My name is Joan Hoyt. I am from a little village in St. Vincent and the Grenadines called Sandy Bay. And it's the epicenter of the Carib, Kalinago, Garifuna people. I currently live in Washington, D.C. But when I got the invitation 2 weeks ago to come, I work for the federal government there. And I said, drop everything. I'm needed. I need to speak for my people. And so I am extremely grateful for this invitation. My sincerest thank you goes to Dr. Fergus and his organizing committee. To Chief Ricardo Barrett Hernandez, thank you to my sister, my Vincentian sister, Miss Nelsia Robinson, for her ongoing advocacy for women and for Indigenous people. I think the ancestors needed me here, and I'm so thankful for this platform. So it is my honor to bring you greetings from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Indigenous Peoples Association. We call ourselves SIPA, and we recently come together exactly for this kind of interaction. We are an umbrella organization representing 5 villages in what is considered the Carib community in St. Vincent. Those are the communities of Fancy, the Fancy Heritage Organization, the Owie Heritage Organization, the Sandy Bay Heritage Development Organization, the Kalinago Tribe of St. Vincent, and the Garifuna Indigenous People of St. Vincent, which is an indigenous group of people from those communities who now live in America, mostly in New York. Across the world, from the Americas to Africa, from the Caribbean to the Pacific, the call for reparation is rising. And nowhere is that more urgent than in St. Vincent, where genocide gave way to centuries of marginalization. Our history in St. Vincent is both heroic and tragic. For centuries, our indigenous people resisted the conquest by Europe's empire-building nations. And they did so with extraordinary $5,000 of his followers, including children, women, and men, and placed them on a rock in the Grenadines. I get emotional about this, where half of them died. And the sole reason is because they were too strident in ensuring that these land-grabbing thieves did not dispossess them. Okay? In fact, it is said that when the British met with Chatoué to say, we think the land that you have now is the best land and we need it, under the name of King George III, Chatoué said to him, what king? We have no king. We know of no king. And because of that, years of warfare followed. And as I said, in the end, half of our people were banished to first they went to Baliso, this rock I mentioned, and then they were sent, the survivors were sent to Rotan and Honduras, where from there they have dispersed and they call themselves the Garifunas. And those who remained in St. Vincent, they were not better off than those who were banished because they were marginalized. My ancestors were forced to live in ravines and on hills, and their humanity was destroyed. And even today, they're still the marginalized people of St. Vincent. And this is why reparations is not optional. They are essential. It's not about financial compensation, even though that would be good. They're about recognition, repair, and justice. They're not acts of charity either. As I said, they step towards justice, and they are ways to repair and to shape us going forward. We know that other places, Canada, Australia, Africa, Dominica, as my colleague just mentioned, here in Trinidad and Tobago, across the Caribbean, reparations in land, in elevating you. We have not been elevated yet in St. Vincent. And that's why I'm so glad to be here, because I hope to learn. I'm on a mission to see what can I do, okay? And I heard you, Chief, and I heard others speak about the marginalization, and I am here to speak about that too. But to the extent that they don't put a seat at the table for us, we bring our own chair, right? Because this is our part of the world. Why are we allowing the descendants of the white man to own and possess all our lands, to get the best jobs, to govern us still? Why is that happening? We know that in us, in our blood, we are leaders. We should assert ourselves, okay? So I'm here to learn from you all, and hopefully this would be a great movement. And so, from genocide to marginalization, the journey has been long and painful. But with reparations, we can begin a new journey towards healing, recognition, justice, and dignity. I thank you for listening.
Thank you for those greetings, Ms. Hoyt. We now turn to Mr. James Phineas from the Bonnier Human Rights Organization. He will be joining us online. So again, we will rely on the services of those in the control room to hook him up for us. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. James Fields, you can speak now.
All protocols observed. Bom dia. Amita James Finis, mitad de Isla de Bonaire, amita papiamento. My name is James Finis, and I come from the island of Bonaire. Our language is papiamento. I come from the Papiamento-speaking Caribbean, made up of the ABC Islands, Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire. Papiamento, together with Haitian Creole, are the two surviving official indigenous Caribbean languages that have endured centuries of colonialism. So please bear with my broken colonial language as I speak to you today. We are deeply honored to be here among our Caribbean brothers and sisters as one Caribbean people, celebrating the resilience of the indigenous peoples of the Caribbean. We are also here as one united people to advocate for reparations for Native genocide and enslavement. How did we get here today? How did I, as Bonairean, arrive at this point? It has been a very long journey, indeed. more than 500 years of continuous struggle, and more than 500 years of ongoing crimes against our ancestors, crimes against humanity that still continue up to date. First, I would like to thank our host and organizer for this historic conference, Dr. Fergus. In the same breath, I recall a question he asked me. Stay with me. Do you identify as indigenous? That was the exact question I asked myself 15 years ago, in 2010, when my people, the Bonarian, faced a situation none of us could understand. On October 10, 2010, the Netherlands Antilles was dissolved, and Bonaire, together with 7 Sint-Eustatius, were annexed by the Netherlands, brought under full Dutch control and placed within the Dutch state structure and constitution. This happened without our understanding, without consultation, and without the consent of the Bonairean people. In my first letter objection, when they first started to fight, and introduction in 2010, I wrote, I was born in Bonaire, Netherlands Antilles. My parents were also born in Bonaire. My grandparents and great-grandparents were all born in Bonaire. I, my parents, and my grandparents have lived our entire life in Bonaire. I therefore generations on this land, entitled to speak about our present situation on a personal basis and by rights. At that time, we were clueless about what happened because we never taught our own history. The only history we learned was about Dutch heroes, Dutch cities, rivers, Napoleon, Charles the Great, and of course, Columbus and his discovery. We did not know until much later that these so-called heroes were the murderers of our ancestors. The topic of slavery was taboo in our island. In 2012, during my research, I discovered for the first time that July 1st, 1863 was called Abolition Day or Emancipation Day. I wrote a press release at the time and spoke publicly about it, and that caused an uproar on our island. The leaders, politicians, and elites were furious. They said I was bringing up negative things from the past, that I was being divisive and discriminatory. When I started the movement No Skip Bonaire Back, as we were back in 2012, the same local leadership and media tried to discredit me publicly. They asked, who is we? Bonaireans don't exist. Bonaire was never used. All indigenous people were removed to Hispaniola. I told them, I don't think that's true. You couldn't catch me then. This is my island. I have no other. This is the only land I know. Years later, in 2018, when I've been saying all along, was confirmed by scientific research using archaeological and historical data. Oliver Anzac, then a PhD candidate at the University of Cambridge, constructed a detailed historical narrative tracing the indigenous inhabitants of Bonaire and also from Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, this finding clearly showed that, contrary to the popular belief that the indigenous people of Bonaire disappeared, they never left. They have always lived on Bonaire and are the descendants of the first inhabitants. This research confirmed that what many of us feel in our bones and know through our families and communities, that our indigenous identity and heritage have survived, even if they were denied, erased from textbooks, or dismissed by political leaders. Since 2010, we have been facing a new form of native genocide. Bonaireans have been subjected to systematic, institutionalized eradication in just over a decade. We have been marginalized, reduced from over 80% of the island's population to under 30% today. We are facing another wave of indigenous erasure. This is where I come from. My indigenous Kaiketio Arakon roots civilization destroyed. My African civilization roots destroyed. I am now a Caribbean citizen now, and we will not allow this to happen again. That is why we are here, to celebrate our resilience, to stand in unity, and to claim our rightful reparations.
Ya Karibiara Kokotuka, Mabrika Mabrika, Tigwai Apushi, Buenos dias, bienvenido. Greetings and welcome everyone. I'm Eric Lewis, Grand Chief of the First Peoples in Trinidad and Tobago, descendant of the Kalinago, and I also did my ancestry DNA. And interesting, I'm also related to all of the indigenous tribes in South America, including the Mayan civilization. I'm a descendant of all these great people, of all these great heritage and culture, which we all share here today. Jakira, so please give yourselves a round of applause for being here and representing your ancestors also. Respects to our ancestors, respect to our great Chief Bukamari, Chief Pamakua, Chief Amanati, Chief Guina, and these were the chiefs of the 1500s. In 1511 to 1521, they fought against the first European invaders, and they would have been years who I did not recognize either very easily, but I'm very happy to see some of the elders are still with us. And I also see that one of them we also miss who passed from Suriname, you know. So I'm very happy that Dominica has also joined us, St. Vincent, and all the others in the Caribbean, and all who are here with us and who have been supporting us over all the years. I'd also like to say that it is good that the children are here so that we continue the legacy and heritage of our indigenous community. And I'm very happy that we have many of our indigenous groups that are right here in Trinidad, that are flourishing, that are trying. And the work that Chief Ricardo Barrett has been doing on the Santa Rosa First People, you know, carrying the mantle and the beacon of hope and light for the indigenous group. Then we also have the Warao Nation here with us. Thank you for them for the work that they are doing also in the South as well. Thank you for our Chief Camelos and Chief Michael, that's here, and Donna, who is also here all the way up in Lopino. So our indigenous community in Trinidad, we are trying, we are striving little by little, but as Chief Ricardo Barrett says, there's a lot more that needs to be done. Our Indigenous Heritage Day, I can't not stop, you know, begging for that. The recognition at parliamentary level, we can't stop advocating for that also, as well as equitable, I'm not saying equal, equitable recognition in the lands that belonged, and I'm still going to say belongs to our ancestors, because to date, where's the deed that we signed it over to them? If they could pull the deed that some of all our ancestors agreed and signed it to it, then we could agree. But that didn't happen. So we still have today, and this time that we exist today, let's use our time now while we exist in this space. I don't just mean here, while we exist in this time, while we are born, while we are alive, to keep and carry on the heritage and legacies, the stories our ancestors told us. I'm sure everybody's grandma told them something, everybody's grandfather. Right? And when we stand today, always remember that we are our ancestors' presence here today, not just their dreams. They exist in us. They exist with us. And whatever we do, we have to bring honor, respect, and great regards to them and to their, through our lives today, through our presence today. I'd also like to recognize all the doctors and professors who are here with us, the diplomats, etc. Dr. Walker, Dr. Pemberton, who I know personally. Thank you for joining and journeying with us over all those years. And, you know, for the new ones who are coming up, explore, learn, and carry on the traditions, carry on the culture. So what we are asking for from the First Peoples Sovereign Nation on our end, we are asking to be able to continue the heritage and culture of our ancestors. To be able to coexist amongst different cultures, amongst different groups, amongst different people that now inhabit But at the same time, in this capacity, I'm representing my indigenous, Amerindian, Carib, Kalinago, Waratuma, Kokotuka, Jakera, Haisa, right? So I just said I'm representing all of our indigenous culture and customs that has been passed on to us. And one of the drives that we have been doing is doing an educational program. You know, so I say I'm not chief to dress up in fancy feathers and regalia to look pretty like a bird. But we're here to do the work. Each one of us, we're here to do the work. All that our ancestors did not get to complete. You and I are here today, in this time, to make great a new indigenous revival in all of the Americas, in Trinidad, Tobago, the Caribbean, all of the Caribbean, and all of South America. Because these are still our lands. These are still our ancestors' sacrifice through their blood, their passion, their trials. Hey, blood flowed through these lands that we could never, ever be fully compensated. Despite of how much ever money we get, that can't buy back life, it cannot buy back legacy, it cannot buy back heritage, it cannot buy back our culture. But the remnants of our culture that exists today, we have to treasure it like gold. We have to treasure it like it is the most important thing that exists to us. Hence the reason I always love to, advocate for archaeological research, historical research, more and more of it. We need to rewrite this history according to our story and not their story. So it is very good to also have very good diplomatic relations so that the diplomats in their different countries, the archivos de Caracas, a información de los gentes indígenas de aquí, también los archivos de España, hay información allá también, también los archivos de México. Además, hay información de la gente de indígenas de México útil aquí. There's information in all these different archives around the world of the indigenous journeys that we are still trying to find out. It might not be very, very important to some cultures, but it is very important to us. So let us all stand today to make that clarion call by our presence in society today. To all the chiefs, to all the younger ones, whether you're a chief, a chiefess, cacique, cacica, whatsoever you are, we have that duty bestowed upon all of us as knowledge keepers, as traditional, protectors, to carry on the legacies and traditions passed on to us. Jakera, Jakera, Mabrika.
Thank you very much for those remarks. We now move very swiftly to our second cultural performance. Harold Tawore will lead the Wayono group. They represent the Lokono, otherwise known as the Arawak peoples, and they will come to grace us with a cultural item. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Wayuno Di Lokono is going to present a song that's dedicated to all the warriors that that went to the war. And in this song, we remind them, their spirits, the Yurubudi and Simio, those are the warriors that fought for us during the colonization. And and the leaders were the Arawak tribes. So this is the this is the warrior song to remind us about these leaders that fought for us during the war against civilization. Okay.
Farana,
Thank you very much for that wonderful performance. And we now move into another important block of the program where we have general greetings from several persons who have joined us today. Before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Avril Belfon, former government archivist and former member of the Reparations Committee. I'd also like to recognize two current members of the Reparations Committee, Bongo Grease and Marlene Sanders Sobers. So, just a minute, I'll just continue to tighten this mic stand here. Right? Right, so, without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Rita Pemberton, former head of the Department of History.
Involved in this cause of reparations. I speak particularly about the condition of what happened to the indigenous peoples in Tobago, where I think the most complete what is the word I'm looking for? Complete forced removal of the indigenous population occurred, and that is in Tobago. Because once the Europeans came, the French were first allowed to turtle and fish. And then when other Europeans came and rivaled with the French, it became a matter of territory. the toing and froing and rivalry among the Europeans, in which case all of them sought to befriend the indigenous peoples to be able to fight with each other. So you have them be now involved in wars which had nothing to do with their own interests. But when the agreement was made that Tobago would go to the British administration went very swiftly to establish itself as the possessor, which meant carving the land up into plantations and giving them out to persons who could purchase. Many of those purchasers were also landowners in Barbados who were very anxious to acquire properties in Tobago, because at that point in time, the middle, after the 1760s, Barbados was clearly deforested, and there were concerns about its ability to maintain productivity. So Tobago came in handy to provide Barbados with wood and a next fresh acreage of land for cultivation. So the history of Tobago and land owning, from the days of the plantation, there's a very close relationship between Tobago and Barbados, simply because those planters in Barbados also were among the first landowners in Tobago under British rule. So I am here, first of all, to congratulate the efforts being made to keep alive the problems, the issues related to the First Peoples, not only in Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago, but across the Caribbean. I would like to suggest that we look at three things: respect, recognition, and repair. And I would argue that all those three could be achieved by visibility. Visibility, one, through the agencies of government, which provides avenues for participation and for dealing with the issues that face the First People communities. The school curriculum, which certainly in Trinidad and Tobago leaves a lot to be desired where that is concerned. I know that the Examination Council does have provision, but the questions always seem to be skewed to those communities, those islands, where there is a larger presence of free First People communities than some of the other ones who get sidelined as a result, but the problems are the same. I would say the organization of government should be more inclusive, more reflective of the interests and composition of the population. I would say also that there's a need for visibility in terms of signage, monuments, and place names to reflect the population that constitutes the nations in the region. I would also advocate more strongly, and it will come from what I've said before, but cultural understanding is absolutely necessary where the First People communities are concerned. I mean, they could put on a performance and we don't understand. We have, communities that are from Asia, communities from Africa, and we have to understand the culture from which these people come, so we want to be understanding of all of ourselves. So I would advocate, I would support, I would encourage continuous work by the First People communities, but also by the rest of the nation as well, because, you know, we are all together. Somebody mentioned that we seem to be losing our togetherness, our community spirit, and that is a spirit that took the populations past, well, through enslavement, past emancipation, immigration, and all the evils that befell the societies as a result of the European presence. So I want to encourage us to continue. I want us to continue to advocate. I want the politicians to listen and give us a space and provide all the communities with the respect, public holiday, time to reflect, presence in the government, and consideration for the welfare of the First Peoples. I thank you.
Thank you for those remarks, Dr. Pemberton. I would now like to invite Professor Derek Shady, Deputy Principal of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus, to bring us some greetings.
Thanks very much. Just making sure it's working. I stand on the protocol list already established, and please allow me to recognize the Honorable Penelope Beckles-Robinson, leader of the opposition, also members of the diplomatic corps, as well as the chiefs, elders, healers of indigenous communities, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to address all of you on behalf of the Pro Vice Chancellor and Campus Principal of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, Professor Rosemary Bell Antoine. Professor Antoine sends her deepest regrets that she could not extend these greetings to you herself, and shares her best wishes for a successful conference. These are her remarks. I want to begin by thanking the organizers of this vital conference for extending this invitation to address you. These include, of course, the Trinidad and Tobago National Committee on Reparations, the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, the First Peoples Community of Santa Rosa, Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean Organization of Indigenous Peoples, and the CARICOM Reparations Commission. This conference, as some of my colleagues in these organizations will attest, holds personal significance for me, not only as a long-time advocate for human rights and social justice, but given my role as rapporteur for Indigenous Peoples at the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, OAS, Washington. Actually, I was the only person to hold two rapporteurships, having served as a rapporteur of persons of African descent and against racial discrimination. When I was asked to take on the role of the Indigenous Peoples, I should have given up my first rapporteurship. However, I decided to do both because I understood the amount of work required for each group and the importance. Now, as campus principal, I believe it is vital to use the university to facilitate the development work that we so desperately need. As you know, the history of our indigenous peoples has been marked by genocide, cultural loss, and ultimately a violation of human rights. While we have seen resilience and resistance, indigenous peoples around the world today too often remain on the fringes of society, with limited access to high quality education, inadequate health care and low-paying occupations, circumstances which perpetuate their continued marginalization. It is here, though, that the law reveals its potential, demonstrating its power as an instrument of positive social change. This is more reparations are often viewed as a constructive step towards fostering equity and justice, helping to rectify historical injustices in society. You may recall that the development paradigms emerging out of the global north have been woefully inadequate for countries like ours. At the time, the New World Group arising out of the University of the West Indies countered these arguments, with scholars concluding that only through reparatory justice would decolonized nations be afforded equal access to development opportunities. Our university plays a vital role in keeping these conversations about justice alive. The University of the West Indies continue to be the thought leader in the fight of reparations, a key target for securing justice, led by our distinguished Vice Chancellor, Sir Hilary Beckles. I made mention of the Caribbean Reparations Commission earlier, which he chairs, and which prepared the CARICOM 10-point action plan on reparatory justice. Further, our university reaffirms its commitment to centering reparatory justice and sustainability in research, teaching, and learning. As you all may be aware, in 2019, the university partnered with the University of Glasgow, the University of the West Indies, that is, partnered with the University of Glasgow in Scotland to create the Glasgow Caribbean Centre for Development Research as part of an inaugural global reparations development framework. From this relationship, we launched a joint MA-MSc in reparatory justice with a specific focus on the Caribbean and the reparations movement, and officially launched the one UWI research cluster on reparatory justice. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe universities can help to rectify the historical injustices which have profoundly impacted socio-economic and geopolitical landscape. In fact, for those of you unaware, the Black Power movement of the 1970s found its roots in the Caribbean universities, where students from Trinidad and Tobago played a pivotal role. This spirit of activism was ignited in Trinidad and Tobago, particularly at our campus, and the rest is history. It has therefore been a core mandate of mine to take our university back to those days when it stood as the seat of intellectual thought, advocacy, resistance, and social change. This is why I'm pleased to have been asked to address you and to reiterate our commitment to this critical work. The themes highlighted today form a comprehensive framework for understanding and advancing the rights, resilience, and restoration of indigenous peoples. They interact at the point where identity, justice, sustainability, and self-determination meet. In recognizing these interconnected themes, we can work collaboratively toward a future that honors our indigenous peoples and fosters an equitable and sustainable society for all. Thank you very much.
Pastor Chedi, thank you very much for those words. We now call on the Honorable Penelope Beckles, Leader of the Opposition of Trinidad and Tobago and Member of Parliament for Arima, to bring us some greetings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And let me join with everyone else in not going through the entire list, but just allow me to recognize a few people. Thank you, Chair. Alderman Irene Medina. Latin America, delegates and friends of the indigenous people, Mr. Raj Jadu, businessman and supporter of the First Peoples, members of the media. Good morning, everyone, Mabrika. I feel deeply honored to be here with you today at the Nalis Library, Lauqueta, as we gather for what the organizers have aptly named the Indigenous Peoples Conference. And I want we are gathered on an island in a country that has witnessed millennia of human presence, resilience, and cultural evolution. The first peoples of Trinidad and Tobago, indigenous groups who settled these islands thousands of years ago, laid the foundation for our human history. These include the archaic, Salidoid, and Barrancoid cultures. The groups of indigenous peoples in Trinidad belong to many different tribes, as was stated before. The Caribs, Warao, Kalinago, Arauca, and Garifuna, to mention a few. But they shared similar cultural tenets, the legacies of which continue to shape our understanding of identity and belonging, not only for our first peoples, but also all of our present-day Trinidad and Tobago. For those who may not be aware, the human history of Trinidad began thousands of years ago with the arrival of indigenous people from South America, and this is not just the history of Trinidad, but it's also the history of Tobago. Many of our indigenous ancestors moved between these islands, settling intermittently, engaging in trade, and of course sharing their cultural practices. The people of Trinidad and Tobago have a long intertwined history of interaction, one that spans thousands of years, long before we were formally united as a twin island state in 1898. I emphasize this point regrettably, because there are voices in our society that are attempting to rewrite our history, crafting false, spurious, and narratives, and offering questionable and judicious interpretations that seek to divide rather than to unite our peoples. We must not allow this. It is therefore quite noteworthy and even symbolic that this conference is being held at this auditorium, Nalis Public Library, Slinger Francisco Boulevard, Lauqueta. This brand new facility, which I had the great honor of attending the opening, costing some $42 million, is a special event and honor for me to be present here. When we were younger, we were told, and many have internalized many things, some of which might not have been true. So this morning, we have therefore gathered here at a function that is not only historic, but also futuristic. This gathering and its proceedings will therefore constitute quite symbolic and historic moments. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the proud representative of the constituency of Arima, and I'm happy to say that the First Peoples live in the constituency of Arima, and that is why for me it is of special significance to be here, to bring greetings and to remind us of the hard work and dedication of the Chief Ricardo Barrett and the First Peoples. of Santa Rosa. I do hope that most of you will have the opportunity to visit the Heritage Village on Blanchisseuse Road to see the work that has been done over the years to ensure that the culture and preservation of the first peoples of Santa Rosa. Let me therefore just give a sense of what our first peoples, including those who were living in Trinidad and Tobago, were up against. Those who might remember Bartholomew de las Casas, the famous Spanish cleric, who courageously advocated for the right of indigenous peoples before the Spanish crown documented the brutal exploitation of native communities. In his work titled An Account of the First Voyages and Discoveries Made by the Spanish in America. Let me also be clear that Christopher Columbus did not discover Trinidad. When he arrived in 1498, he encountered a land already inhabited by thriving indigenous communities with rich cultures and histories. The notion of his discovery erases the existence and agency of these peoples. Moreover, what followed was not exploration, it was conquest, displacement, and devastation. I want to also say that a key aspect of the project, that is the First Peoples Project, I just want to use the opportunity as I'm here to acknowledge the work done by the Inter-American Development Bank, by the Rural Development Committee, the Rural Development Company of the Ministry of Local Government, UN Habitat for Humanity, and to especially, of course, acknowledge the work of Dr. Claudius Fergus. As I close, I want to just mention that the United Nations General Assembly's Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, adopted in 2007, speaks of 4 things that I would like to mention, and that is the recognition of individual and collective rights of indigenous peoples globally, the protection of their identity, language, education, employment, health, and development, the prohibition of discrimination against them, and the promotion of full participation in indigenous communities. And so, my friends, I wish to thank and congratulate you all for organizing and participating in this very important and meaningful conference, and I wish you every success in your deliberations. Let me close by sharing with you that on January the 17th, 2026, the UN High Seas Treaty is expected to come into force, recognizing the knowledge of the First Nations peoples, including the Napoyo, Yao, Sopoya, Kalipuna, and the Warao of Trinidad and Tobago. It is the first time that the indigenous knowledge of marine environments is being formally recognized in the governments of international waters. I thank you very much, and I ask you kindly to allow me to leave a little early because I do have another engagement. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for those remarks. We'd like to acknowledge Ms. Jasmine Simmons, Director of NALIS. Is she with us by any chance? Okay, then again we acknowledge Ms. Jasmine Simmons for her support with pulling this program together. And now we invite His Excellency, Senor Victor Hugo Morales Melendez, Mexico's Ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago, to bring some greetings on this occasion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chief Ricardo Barat Hernandez, Chief of Santa Rosa. Ms. Anicia Benjamin, Cacica of the Guarao Nation of Trinidad. Dr. Claudius Fergus, Chair Trinidad and Tobago National Committee on Reparation. Ambassador Alvaro Sanchez, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. dear friends, it's very important for me as Ambassador of Mexico to be with all of you today at this momentous conference. The President of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, has a firm commitment to indigenous peoples, to their resilience, their rights, their natural environment, and their cultural legacy. A heartfelt greetings to all the indigenous peoples of the Caribbean and recognition of their struggle on demands. The Mexican government reaffirms the greatness of its indigenous peoples, the formidable culture of ancestral peoples such as the Olmecs, the Teotihuacans, the Mayans, and the Aztecs. Today, Mexico is made up of indigenous groups who speak a total of 68 native languages, who live their customs, traditions, and community styles every day. Starting in 2024, the reform of the political constitution came into effect, strengthening the rights of Mexico's indigenous peoples, protecting their tradition, and helping to preserve their legacy. In 2025, Mexico celebrates the Year of the Indigenous Woman. As a testament of the contribution the indigenous woman has made to preservation of her communities and the transmission of her languages and customs. Women are at the heart of the deepest value of indigenous communities, and we should be very proud of them. But above all, we must guarantee their fundamental rights. Today, Mexico speaks as equal with all the nations of the world, aware that it has left behind its colonial past, a history of 3 centuries of subjugation. Since this year, Mexico has had its first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Indigenous Origin, Hugo Aguilar, who symbolizes the recognition and dignity of indigenous peoples on the country's highest court. For the Mexican embassy, we know that Trinidad and Tobago is taking significant steps to shake off colonial remains. In 2024, it replaced the caravels of the National Coat of Arms. And in 2025, it removed the statue of Christopher Columbus for a privileged public space. As recently pointed out by the director of the Caribbean Freedom Project, Shabaka Kambon, there are still names for public spaces, streets, plazas, savannas, that claim and pay homage of the colonizers, that's of the plural, the colonizers. This is task yet to be done. Dear friends, this conference undoubtedly contributes to highlighting the resistance of more than 5 centuries and the value of the resilience of the indigenous peoples of the Caribbean. It gives impetus of the demand for reparation for the slavery to which thousands of indigenous people were subjected, and for the violent deaths for many of them, almost to extermination. Mexico stands with you, with all who seek justice, with all who work for a world of equality and not discrimination. I wish
Thank you very much for those remarks. We now like to invite His
Architect Kojimo DiMaggio. In solidarity with the Caribbean Reparatory Justice Program. We therefore recognize that the search for justice is indivisible. The legacy of the transatlantic slave trade cannot be separated from the initial brutal native genocide and the centuries of colonial resource extraction that blemished our Americas, the Abya Yala. For 2 decades, Venezuela has worked to close the historical gap between constitutional as well as over 50 indigenous nations within Venezuela. The only way to demand justice globally is to first enact it at home. Our journey of internal reparations, known as the Bolivarian Revolution, is a model for decolonization, restoring the dignity and sovereignty of the original inhabitants of our land. Whereas previous governments in Venezuela maintained a colonial silence and complicity, the 1999 Bolivarian Constitution provided a revolutionary road for recognition. For the first time in our history, the rights of indigenous peoples were elevated to a complete chapter, fundamentally transforming the Venezuelan state into a pluricultural and multilingual nation. Allow me to share with you a few examples enshrined in our Constitution. Ancestral territorial rights, the recognition of the right to the traditional habitat, and the immediate obligation of the state to demarcate and collectively title those lands, Article 119. Cultural and linguistic sovereignty, recognizing over 30 indigenous languages as official languages in Venezuela, Article 9. This monumental achievement ensures the survival of ancient cosmologies and knowledge. Political participation, guaranteeing 3 indigenous Hugo Chavez replaced the humiliating Day of the Race with the Day of Indigenous Resistance on October 12, thus honoring the centuries of struggle led by indigenous heroes like Cacique Huaycaipuro and Cacique Apacuana. The political recognition was immediately followed by dedicated social action. In 2003, Commander Chavez launched Mission Huaycaipuro, a comprehensive social program specifically designed to address the historical debt and advance reparations by restoring rights, lands, and culture. In this regard, Mission Huaycaipuro has been instrumental in, firstly, accelerating land titling. We have delivered communal land titles to hundreds of communities, reversing centuries of dispossession and affirming collective property rights as mandated by Article 119 of our Constitution. Secondly, delivering social welfare, integrating indigenous communities into our national social protection system, including permanent public health services and bilingual literacy programs. The contemporary challenges faced by our indigenous communities are the direct consequence of European conquest and the ongoing threat of neocolonial exploitation. The primary debt of reparations is not owed internally, it is owed by the historical colonial powers to the indigenous and African descendants of the entire American continent. In alignment with the CARICOM 10-point plan, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela emphatically supports the demand for a full formal apology from the former European empires for the native genocide and chattel slavery, and the establishment of the Indigenous Peoples Development Program, funded by the former colonial powers. In this regard, we call upon the global community to recognize the success of our constitutional commitment and join us in demanding that those who profited from the original crimes, the European states, finally pay their due. As I draw to a conclusion, allow me to take this opportunity to express our support and solidarity who said, and I quote, "If there is no liberty for all, there cannot be liberty."
So we will start, we will go first to Mr. Kevin Farmer, Deputy Director of the Barbados Museum. Mr. Kevin.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm having some technical difficulties.
Hold on one second. I'm not getting an audio feed. Hold on one second, please.
You're not getting the audio feed? Give me 1 second. Let me make protocol having been established for this extremely important conference. It is a privilege and finally published posthumously the thesis of Helen Pauline Francis Seaman, The Unconquerable Spirit, the Indigenous Resistance to Colonization in the Caribbean Windward Islands. And I think that's a very timely publication given what we'll be discussing over the next few days. Barbados, unfortunately, is one of those spaces within the region where the physical presence of the descendants of the indigenous people is almost imperceptible. What we have are the physical traces of our indigenous ancestors, which lie beneath our soil, in the pottery, shell tools, and settlement sites that speak silently of communities who first named this island and shaped its landscape over the last 3,600 years, and have left us place names like Indian River that speak of that past. Yet today, those of us who live on Ishiruga don't fully understand who they were, but that their absence is itself a powerful testament to the violence of history, but also a call to responsibility. As we uncover and interpret these archaeological and, where possible, archival remains, we strive not merely to study the past, but to restore dignity to those whose voices were silenced in the violence of colonial secularism. In doing so, we join you in affirming that reparatory justice must encompass not only the African experience of enslavement, but the indigenous experience of both genocide and enslavement and continued oppression during that colonial period that led to dispossession of our region's first peoples. May this gathering strengthen our shared commitment to truth, justice, memory, reconciliation, and repair, and to building a Caribbean future that honors all of our ancestors. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to this conference. Welcome to Trinidad and Tobago for those of you who are not from here. And I bring greetings from Tobago, and more specifically on behalf of the Chief Secretary and reparations is ongoing, urgent as it was decades and centuries ago. Tobago, like the rest of the Caribbean, has been marked by the legacy of genocide, displacement, and enslavement, but we are also marked by the profound endurance of spirit, the place and the work of memory, and the quiet and not so quiet persistence of the ways and knowledge of our ancestors. As we celebrate the resilience and strength of the First Peoples in this conference and of this region, we in Tobago are recommitting ourselves to the broader regional and global efforts for reparatory justice. The Tobago House of Assembly is in full support of the theme of this conference and its objectives. We also recognize that reparations for Native genocide and enslavement must include the recovery of Indigenous voices, the safeguarding of heritage spaces, and the revalorization of Indigenous knowledge systems that continue to inform our ecological and cultural survival. Now, in Tobago, there are about 3 things at the very least that are actually happening that should be another effort to rekindle history that has been erased, all right, in one way or another. In the last 4 years, this administration has set up the Antiquities Department, and that comes in the division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and Transportation. This department, among other things, is intended to pay attention to the artifacts, the artifactual history of the Indigenous people, as well as to rekindle the intangible stories. Now, I'm not sure if quite a few people, but that showed how deeply detached we were or are from our Indigenous history, because that woman on the Tobago Heritage logo actually depicts an Indigenous woman. And that was created by Edward Hernandez, who was one of our historians, artists, and archaeologists of some sort, who helped actually put together the Scarborough Museum, in which we find most of the found artifacts of the Indigenous people residing. All right, so just to reinforce that point, on the Tobago Heritage Festival logo, the woman you see there is actually a woman that is depicting the Indigenous history of the island. And then most recently, as a member of the Reparations Committee myself and as a linguist, I've been doing some work on rekindling the language of the Indigenous people that is still present in our vocabulary. Not too long ago, I had a conversation with Dr. Pemberton about this, and I am pursuing this effort, particularly because we have had very exclusive descriptions of Creole languages in the Caribbean, certainly Creole languages in Trinidad and Tobago, more so in Tobago. But the evidence is showing us that one of the ways in which we also erase the Indigenous story is by assuming that the main contributors to our language have been the colonizers and, of course, Africa. All right, so these 3 efforts are intended, as I mentioned earlier, to represent for Tobago and in Tobago the value and legacy of the Indigenous people. And therefore, on behalf of the Chief Secretary, I wish to extend very best wishes for meaningful deliberations over the next 2 days, and may the very great spirit be with us all. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for those remarks. We now move to our keynote address by Professor Vereen A. Shepherd. A little bit about Professor Shepherd. She is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, aka UWI, and the University of Cambridge. She is Professor Emerita of Social History at UWI. She is a past University Director of the Institute for Gender and Development Studies and the founding director of the Center for Reparation Research, also at UWI, and CARICOM's representative, former chair and current vice chair of the oldest UN treaty body, the Committee for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, otherwise known as CERD, C-E-R-D. She is also Honorable Fellow of Jesus College, University of Cambridge, a Vice Chair of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, and a member of the Jamaica National Council on Reparations. In her peer-reviewed articles and her co-authored and co-edited publications, she, in addition to all these works, she is the sole author of 7 books. Among these are Transients to Settlers, The Experience of Indians in Jamaica, 1845 to 1950. Maharani's Misery, Narratives of a Passage from India to the Caribbean. This was in 2002. I Want to Disturb My Neighbor, Lectures on Slavery, Emancipation, and Post-Colonial Jamaica. I can't read that term and not hear Bob Marley's line in my head. I don't know if that was the intention, but if so, very successful, well played. She is the another one of her works, Livestock, Sugar, and Slavery, The Contested Terrain in Colonial Jamaica, 2009, and the biography of Lucille Matherin Mayer, 2020. She has received several awards, including the Vice Chancellor's Award for Excellence for Public Service, 2017, and the Order of Distinction, Commander Class, from the Government of Jamaica for her work in history and gender studies and her public service. She is a much sought after speaker and has delivered addresses on every continent except Antarctica. Today, for her topic, the title of her topic is Respect Due. And when I say respect, I mean respect without the T. Respect due. Yes. The Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination and the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So without further ado, I give you Professor Vereen Shepherd.
Is it low enough? Chiefs, chiefesses, queens, caciques and caciques of the First Peoples Sovereign Nation and of the Santa Rosa First Peoples Community, other chiefs, chiefesses, caciques and caciques, and members of indigenous communities of Trinidad and Tobago, I begin by acknowledging that the land on which we are was first occupied by the First Peoples. I acknowledge that many place names across Trinidad and Tobago provide evidence of First Peoples settlement and cultural influence. I acknowledge the struggles of all the indigenous peoples to reclaim ancestral lands in order to appropriately acknowledge their ancestors' presence, as well as the ongoing struggles of present generations for rights, respect, and property. I pledge to respect these facts and to honor all the ancestors who suffered in the effort to protect their lands and to ward off colonizers. I also pledge to do all I can to advocate locally, regionally, and internationally for the rights of indigenous peoples with their free, prior, and informed consent and involvement. Why? Because respect due. Respect due to the Galib of Tobago, the inhabitants of Banwari Trace, the town of Arima, the Santa Rosa First Peoples, the First Peoples Sovereign Nation, and all those who lived or who still occupy areas such as the former mission town of Siparia, and areas with notable place names like Arena, Aripo, Guanapo, and Tamana. I take this opportunity now to greet all excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of Parliament, and the Tobago House of Assembly, Vice Principal of the St. Augustine campus of the University of the West Indies, and other members of the academic community, other dignitaries and guests, students, and friends all, members of COIP, And I hope students, I'm so happy to see you. I hope that you are studying history, because history is the landmark by which we are directed into the true course of life. Marcus Garvey. Let me now express appreciation to Dr. Claudius Fergus, Chief Ricardo Barath Hernandez, Mr. Tiller Springer, and other members of the team of organizers, as well as members of the TTNCR for the work they have put into this event, as well as thank all gathered here today for their interest and support as we gather to deliberate on the conditions and rights of Indigenous peoples globally. I stand in solidarity stamp of at least one colonizer, Christopher Columbus, or that's what we call it in Jamaica. Okay. But who are either intimidated by the terror of neocolonialists, or whose attempts to do so have been met with pushback from the neocolonial state. And while we bemoan pro-colonial acts in our region, though, let us not forget that the second pillar of the 10-point plan of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, or blueprint for reparations, is an Indigenous Peoples Development Program, as Indigenous peoples have a right, a legal right to reparations. The struggle for reparations for the Indigenous peoples, wherever they reside, has been hindered by the myth of their extinction. Being made invisible in plain sight speaks to an invalidation, a conscious inhumanity that demands redress. But this second pillar, an Indigenous Peoples Development Program, in each CARICOM member state, is aimed at supporting Indigenous peoples' communities, rectifying historical injustices, and ensuring that Indigenous peoples can thrive by prioritizing Indigenous peoples' rights, cultures, and knowledge. And these programs will contribute to a more inclusive and sustainable future for all inhabitants of the region, all the Indigenous inhabitants of the region, whatever we want to call them. And sometimes we're not the ones who call them this, but whatever people call them, we know who they are. Be they called Arawaks or Warao, Siboney, Karina, Caribs, Kaliba, Lokono, Garifuna, Kalinago, Maroons, and whatever else you have heard around the region. But what we know is that they survived the military holocaust of Europeans. Some went on to fight for their country's independence. And you know, I don't understand Indigenous language, but I could swear I heard in the invocation something like, well, I don't know if you'll understand this, but I could swear that I heard them say, "Uno old vampire." You heard that too? No, let's not forget Haiti or Haiti. Marronage was crucial to the fight for Haiti's independence. For example, indeed, historian Jean Fouchard stated that, and I quote from him, "Marooning is a dominant feature of all Haitian history. It is undoubtedly the phenomenon which gave its orientation to the history of our nation," end of quote. We know, of course, that marronage defined the existence and experiences of our ancestors in other places. For example, communities formed by Maroons dotted the fringes of plantation America, from Brazil to Florida, from Peru to Texas. As examples, we can add the Maroon communities in Palmares, Brazil, the Palenque of de San Basilio in Colombia, the Mexican Maroons of San Lorenzo de los Negros, and the communities in Esmeraldas, Ecuador. We also know that wherever these communities emerged and their people attempted to live as free people, beyond the sight and control of the planters or colonial officials, wherever they threatened the existence of the institution of chattel enslavement, major efforts were made by European militaries to track down and destroy their communities. But they never rested until freedom was secured. They pushed back against discrimination. So let me pause to say that, in a sense, we all have Maroon spirit in the region. Anybody in here don't have Maroon spirit? I don't think so. No hands. We have a legacy of uncompromising abhorrence for repressive regimes. We all have an ideological position which we can call the spirit of marronage. This is our Caribbean people. Indeed, the English word maroon, like the French marron, derives from the Spanish cimarron, itself based on an Arawakan or Taino root. We have learned that the Taino word cimara for arrow signified the ongoing action or flight of an arrow let loose. And Gabriel Roca traces the Taino meaning of cimara to the intentionality of enslaved or colonized people extricating themselves from conditions of oppression. The Black Ladinos and African Bozales, who labored alongside the Taino in Spanish mines and on sugar plantations, and collaborated with them in marronage and protest, likely would have adopted this understanding of the term cimarron, engendering a tradition of resistance. So students, let us let go of the colonizers' definition of maroon, which suggests wild beasts. Let's let go of that colonial history. Now, despite their importance, Maroons and other indigenous peoples have faced centuries of colonial displacement, cultural erosion, and socioeconomic disadvantages, yet continue their rebuilding efforts, which is why the fight for recognition, development, and respect unites the populations of indigenous peoples right across the world. I know this because of my work as a member of the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the first treaty body of the UN established some 60 years ago this year. In fact, December is the 60th anniversary. And we also stand in solidarity with other indigenous peoples because we know that apart from the GRULAC region, which I represent at the UN, by the way, the group of Latin American and Caribbean states, we also stand in solidarity with indigenous peoples of Africa. By my DNA, I am descended from the Tikar people of Cameroon, Tikar people, indigenous peoples, and also from Asia. So it's a global issue for all indigenous peoples. From this position as CARICOM's representative, I have a close-up view of the issues that concern indigenous peoples. Representatives reach out to CERD when their country is up for review, either in person in Geneva, where the committee sits, or virtually. Now, I'm afraid that not many Caribbean states report regularly to the committee, but I know that during my membership, Jamaica, Guyana, and Suriname have appeared before the committee. Before my time, the committee considered the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th periodic reports of Trinidad and Tobago, which they submitted as one document in 2001. And at its meeting on 8 August 2001, the committee adopted concluding observations and sent them to the state party. And you can read what the committee recommended for Trinidad and Tobago on the CERD webpage. It's easy to find. I must say, when I read the concluding observations, I did not see a lot of mention about the indigenous peoples in those very early reports. But I hope that Trinidad and Tobago, when they come before the committee again, will have more to say about Indigenous peoples. What I know is that representatives of Indigenous peoples do send in reports or appear before the CERD, and that CERD routinely discusses the situation of Indigenous peoples with each relevant state party that comes before the committee. CERD tries to hold states responsible because they have to be accountable for the problems faced by Indigenous peoples of our region, and CERD reminds them of their obligations to solve them. And by the way, there are 182 such states parties of CERD, even if only a fraction of them interact with us. We do not hold our dialogue in an antagonistic fashion, let me say, but we try to work with all parties to ensure rights and respect to affected communities. Among groups that have complained to CERD about discrimination are the Akampo Maroons of Jamaica, the Saramaka or Saramaka and Njuka Maroons in Suriname, the Indigenous and Tribal peoples of Suriname and Argentina, and the Mapuche and Huiliche communities, as well as the sacred sites of Chine in Chile. Before outlining some of the complaints that come before CERD and the recommendations we make to the states parties, let me say that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as you heard a mention of it this morning, is a useful benchmark against which to measure the extent to which states are respecting such rights. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and some just call it UN DRIP for short, is an international instrument adopted by the United Nations on September 13, 2007, to ensure or enshrine, according to Article 43, the rights that constitute the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of the indigenous peoples of the world. The UN DRIP protects collective rights that may not be addressed in other human rights charters that emphasize individual rights. And it also safeguards the individual rights of indigenous peoples. The declaration is the product of some 25 years of deliberation by the UN, by UN member states, and of course, indigenous groups. Among other rights, the declaration states that indigenous peoples and individuals are free and equal to all other peoples and individuals and have the right to be free from any kind of discrimination in the exercise of their rights. In particular, that based on their indigenous origin or identity. Indigenous peoples have the right to be different, to consider themselves different, and to be respected as such. The General Assembly in 2007 declared that indigenous peoples have the right of self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. In exercising their right to self-determination, they have the right to autonomy or self-government in matters relating to their internal and local affairs, as well as ways and means for financing their autonomous functions. Let us look at a sample of other articles of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And maybe you should print it, Chief, and circulate it to all the members of the community and others. Everyone needs to have this so they know what rights they are infringing, you know, for those who are infringing rights. Article 7.1, indigenous individuals have the right to life, physical and mental integrity, liberty, and security of person. Article 7.2, indigenous peoples have the collective right to live in freedom, peace, and security as distinct peoples and shall not be subjected to any act of genocide or any other act of violence, including forcibly removing children of the group to another group. Article 8.1 says indigenous peoples and individuals have the right not to be subjected to forced assimilation or destruction of their culture. Article 8.2, states shall provide effective mechanisms for prevention of and redress for A, any action which has the aim or effect of depriving indigenous peoples of their integrity as distinct peoples or of their cultural values or any ethnic identities. B, any action which has the aim or effect of dispossessing them of their lands, territories, or resources. 2C, any form of forced population transfer which has the aim or effect of violating or undermining any of their rights. Any form of forced assimilation or integration. And E, any form of propaganda designed to promote or incite racial or ethnic discrimination directed against them. Article 9, indigenous peoples and individuals have the right to belong to an indigenous community or nation in accordance with the traditions and customs of the community or nations concerned. No discrimination of any kind may arise from the exercise of such a right. Let me skip to Article 12.1. Indigenous peoples have the right to manifest, practice, develop, and teach their spiritual and religious traditions, customs, and ceremonies. The right to maintain, protect, and have access in privacy to their religious and cultural sites. The right to the use and control of their ceremonial objects, and the right to the repatriation of their human remains. And Article 26.1, indigenous peoples have the right to the lands, territories, and resources which they have traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used or acquired. 26.2, indigenous peoples have the right to own, use, develop, and control the lands, territories, and resources that they possess by reason of traditional ownership or other traditional occupation or use, as well as those which they have otherwise acquired. And Article 42, the United Nations, its bodies, including the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and specialized agencies, including at the country level, and states shall promote respect and full application of the provisions of this declaration and follow up the effectiveness of this declaration. So, indigenous peoples, you need to monitor the extent to which the state party is implementing your rights, because the states have a right to the effective application of the declaration. And the UN Special Rapporteur on Indigenous Peoples exists to ensure, along with other mechanisms, the implementation of such rights. Unfortunately, within our region, knowledge about the 46 articles which enshrine economic, cultural, and social and political rights, and even about the history and culture of the indigenous peoples is woefully lacking. Indigenous peoples are at times treated as artifacts to be gaped at. Yet the importance of knowing and teaching about the past was articulated so long ago by Molimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who said, history is the landmark by which we are directed into the true course of life. There are those who believe that most of what constitutes Caribbean history is too far in the distant past to have contemporary application. This type of response illustrates how the concept of distance permeates society's thinking and may in fact explain why so few do CXC history. I want to ask the students up there, how many of you are doing history? Hands up. Not one. You see what I'm saying? We have to advocate for compulsory history education. And this conference must lobby for that. It's a crime against our students, against our people, that they are not studying history. This is really a disgrace. And of course, the opposite view is that too far in the past to have contemporary application argument is unacceptable. Distance only affects how one thinks about the past, in the sense that historians have mined the past, despite the intervening years, to intensify or resolve that time between 1492 and now has simply given us time to reflect on how much evidence is available that we can use to explain the contemporary. Maybe we are too related to the events of the past and cannot untangle the relationship between past and the present, as they are so inextricably tangled. But knowledge of the past must play its part in our liberation from the bonds of the past. So let me come now to CERD and our efforts to protect the rights of indigenous peoples. This is the final part of my talk. And we also protect minorities, by the way, through the articles enshrined in the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which we call the ICERD for short, which we implement. And of course, there's General Recommendation number 23 of 1997 on the rights of indigenous people. So you see how long ago CERD has been lobbying for the rights of indigenous peoples. As a reminder, each time a state party comes before the committee that implements this convention, and in cases where complaints of violations have been heard or reported, the committee calls on states through the concluding observations to stop those violations. Indeed, all state parties must report on the measures they have adopted relating to the rights described in the convention and on the progress the state has made in upholding these rights, and in particular on how they are implementing the articles in the ICERD. For example, Article 1, which defines racial discrimination. And by the way, we hear almost every day at the UN that the Caribbean has no racial discrimination. My reaction. Economic, social, cultural, or any other field of public life. So walk around with Article 1. Article 5 sets out the socio-economic and political rights that states parties to the convention must uphold among its citizens. One example of such right is elaborated as follows, and that is in 5C, Article 5C, political rights, in particular the right to participate in elections, to vote and to stand for election on the basis of universal and equal suffrage, to take part in the government as well as in the conduct of public affairs at any level, and to have equal access to public service. And you can look up CERD and the articles of the ICERD to see what are the other articles. Now, let me just share with you a few of those recommendations, starting with Jamaica, in case you say, start with your own country. Okay. So Jamaica appeared before the CERD in 2022, and there was representation from the Maroon community. So one recommendation was as follows: recalling its general recommendation number 8, 1990, concerning the interpretation and application of Article 1, paragraphs 1 and 4 of the Convention, its guidelines for reporting under the Convention, and its previous recommendations, the committee recommends that the state party collect and provide to the committee updated and comprehensive statistics on the demographic composition of the population based on the principle of self-identification, disaggregated by ethnic or national origin, including on Maroons, Tainos, Rastafari, and non-citizens, such as migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and stateless persons. And on the situation of ethnic and ethno-religious groups, the committee notes the state party's endorsement of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It also notes that the state party considers that there are no indigenous peoples in Jamaica. This is what the report actually said. While it recognizes Maroons and Taino as cultures that are indigenous to Jamaica. So the Maroons and Tainos are indigenous cultures, but not indigenous peoples. The committee is concerned that this approach could marginalize communities within the state party that self-identify as indigenous peoples and could maintain or intensify situations of direct, indirect, multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination faced by them. So the committee knows the information provided by the delegation of the state party regarding the provision of financial and logistical support to Maroon communities for their festivals and development initiatives. However, it is concerned by reports about the negative impact of bauxite mining activities in the cockpit country on the ecosystem on the traditional lands of the Maroon communities. And they go on to talk about other complaints and ask the state to implement certain rights. Now, when Argentina came before CERD in 2017, CERD asked Argentina to take special measures or affirmative action to eliminate structural discrimination against indigenous peoples, to reduce the high levels of poverty prevalent among indigenous peoples, to strengthen its efforts to address the situation of child malnutrition that is especially prevalent among indigenous populations there, and to draft legislation on combating racial discrimination and promoting the rights of indigenous peoples in consultation with those groups so as to put in place a proper legal framework throughout the country. Turning to Suriname 2022, with respect to Suriname, when that country came before the CERD in August, explain that the indigenous peoples themselves can report to CERD, you know, you don't have to be reported on. Anyway, as complaints continue, here are some of the CERD's recommendations to the state party in Suriname. I'll just read one. Recalling its general recommendation number 23 of 19. We have received numerous reports concerning the situation of the indigenous peoples of Chile, for example, from a group called Cultural Survival. It's an international indigenous rights organization with a global indigenous leadership and consultative status with ECOSOC, United Nations Economic and Social Council, and they've had this, I think, since 2005. So from these groups, the committee learned that ineffective or absent consultation with indigenous peoples on issues affecting land and territory had led to deep conflicts. They complained that discrimination is normalized in the mainstream media, which marginalize speakers of indigenous languages. Alternative media, including indigenous community radio stations used for language revitalization, are not being appropriately supported and facilitated by the government in conflict with previous CERD recommendations. And you can read these recommendations on our website. But there were also complaints about the Mapuche community, and the committee learned about ineffective efforts to protect their land, culture, and people, along with their rights of self-determination, autonomy, and freedom. So, to conclude, as I end, I say this. Where there continues to be conflict around the rights of indigenous peoples, let us seek after truth and reconciliation in the spirit of harmony and social justice. And let us sing praise songs to the resilient indigenous peoples of the world who continue to suffer from racial discrimination and the violation of their rights despite their over 500 years of struggle for rights and respect due. Let us sing praise songs to the Wolofs who as early as 1521 destroyed Diego Colon's sugar plantation and eventually joined forces with Tainos led by the cacique Enriquillo to send a signal that conquest of Santo Domingo would be opposed. In the following decades, Black and indigenous Maroons based in the Baruca Mountains of what used to be called Hispaniola, like Sebastian Lemba, Diego Guzman, Diego Ocampo, Miguel Biafra, Juan Criollo, and Juan Canario, ventured across the island on horseback, raiding, destroying, and otherwise upsetting Spanish colonizers and their sugar plantations. Let us sing praise for over 70 years. And you know that history here in Trinidad and Tobago, I hope. Let us sing praise songs to Bookman Duty from Jamaica, who helped to start the Haitian Revolution, Maroon leader Macandal, Santiago of the Lemaniel Maroons in the 1780s, Cecile Fatiman, and so many more. Indeed, in Haiti, Maroons were critical to the success of the revolution, hills and plains joining forces to defeat the oppressors. And when I say Haiti, I'm paying respect to the indigenous people because that's the name they gave what we now call Haiti. Let us sing praise songs to Ganga Zumba and the legendary Zumbi of Brazil. During the 17th century, wave after wave of Dutch and then Portuguese armies were sent out against Palmares, which resisted with the help of its complex political and social organization under the leadership of Ganga Zumba, and during its final years, the legendary Zumbi. Let us recall Dan Francis In Jamaica, of course, we are familiar with the warriors like Queen Nana, some say Queen Nanny, and the lesser-known Apongo, a military leader in West Africa, who was captured and brought to Jamaica on a ship called HMS Wager, and he was renamed Wager, by the way, by his enslaver Captain Arthur Forrest on his plantation in Westmoreland. But, that's Westmoreland, but he joined the war started by Chief Taki from my parish of St. Mary in the 1760s. St. Mary we come from, we like to say like the fireman, right? Those of you who are reggae fans. In Dominica, let us celebrate Jean-Pierre, hanged on January 15, 1814, for providing provisions to the Maroons. Let us sing praise songs to Peter of Dominica, hanged for starting a mutiny of 20 enslaved peoples and providing provisions for the Maroons. And Rachel, Sarah, Hetty, Place, Daniel, and Dick, also of Dominica, for being part of that same mutiny and sentenced to 50 to 100 lashes of the whip between January 15 to 16, 1814. Let us recall Victor, also of Dominica, hanged on February 26, and Joe on March 6, for providing gunpowder and provisions to the Maroons, and so many, many more. Augustine in Dominica was one of the few who escaped punishment because he was deemed an idiot and so couldn't be punished. Was he an idiot though, or played fool for catch wise, as we say? What do you think? Let us sing praise songs to the Kalinaga of what today is St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where the British attempted to eradicate their language and outlaw many of their religious customs. But they prevented the establishment of sugar plantations by the British in SVG for decades. When war could not defeat them, the British tried, and you heard this morning, deportation or exile. Paramount chief of the Garifuna and leader of the European resistance, Joseph Chateaubriand, was killed on March 14, 1795 at Dorsetshire Hill in St. Vincent. The following year, the British exiled 508 Garifuna people to Baliso, an island just off the coast of St. Vincent, where there was no fresh water or food. Can you imagine that act of oppression? Maybe there's another word for that, though. You can find it, I'm sure. Vincentian historian Dr. Gary Denny has described this act as an inexcusable criminal offense, done with a pure and unadulterated intention to eradicate the Garifuna people and their heritage. Less than a year later, when the British returned to Baliso, more than half of the people they had left there were dead. Our warrior Prime Minister, Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, writes and speaks passionately about these ancestors, survivors of whom now reside in Honduras. But those we have singled out could not win battles by themselves. And so let us sing praise songs to indigenous peoples whose names we may never know, but who helped in one protracted hemispheric fight for freedom. Every form of oppression generates an opposing struggle for liberation. The non-military wars of respect are not over, though. Song lined up, technical operator, looking at me or not? Have my song, who was my song line? Oh, over there, okay, good. So as I end, let us affirm once and for all that the indigenous peoples were here before Kambakas and joined the mighty shadow from this land in saying, singing, or swaying to this.